You are inside already. The door behind you is closed, and the draft that followed you in has settled, and the entrance hall of Aldermoor stretches ahead of you in warm, unsteady candlelight. The floor beneath your feet is stone, worn smooth by centuries of quiet footsteps. It is cool through the soles of your shoes, but the air above it is warm, drawn in from somewhere deeper in the building, carrying with it the smell of parchment and beeswax and something faintly herbal, like dried lavender pressed between pages a long time ago. The ceiling is low and vaulted, the old stone fitted together so carefully that the joins between blocks have grown soft with age. Candles burn in iron brackets along the walls, their flames barely moving in the still air, throwing long amber shapes across the floor. There are perhaps a dozen of them, lit at intervals all the way to the far end of the hall, each one a small and steady warmth. You let out a long breath. There is no hurry here. There never has been. The hall is not large. On your left, a wooden counter runs almost the full length of the wall, its surface deep with use, grooved and polished and stained faintly with old ink in places, the wood itself a dark honey color beneath the candlelight. Quills rest in their holders. A bottle of ink stands uncapped, as if someone has only just stepped away. A ledger lies open on the counter, its pages covered in small, careful handwriting that slopes very slightly to the left. On your right, a long wooden bench runs the opposite wall, fitted with cushions in deep green and faded rust. There are boots beneath it, belonging to no one. A traveling cloak has been folded over one arm of the bench and left there, perhaps months ago, perhaps longer. No one has moved it. No one has needed to. At the far end of the hall, where the candlelight grows thicker and the shadows pool between the shelves that begin there, a corridor opens into something darker and more interesting. You can see the spines of books from here just faintly, rows and rows of them ascending out of the light. But before you can take a step toward them, a voice speaks. It is a pleasant voice, measured and warm with the unhurried quality of someone who has said many things in many rooms and has long since stopped feeling any need to rush. Good evening, it says. We don't get many visitors at this hour. You look up. Above the wooden counter, set into the wall in a heavy gilt frame that has gone green at the corners, is a portrait. A woman, seated at a desk not unlike the one below her. She is elderly, or was when she sat for the painting, with white hair pinned very neatly above a round, patient face. Her robes are a deep plum color, slightly formal, as if she has dressed with care for something that turned out to be a quiet evening. Her hands are folded on the desk in front of her. Her eyes are the pale gray of morning cloud, and she is watching you with an expression of great and gentle interest. My name is Winifred Alcott, she says. I was head archivist here for 31 years, and I have been the portrait archivist for rather longer than that. She pauses, seeming to consider something. I find I prefer it, she adds. Portraits never have to worry about cataloging. You find yourself smiling. She tilts her head slightly, as if studying you. You've come to spend the night, she says. It isn't a question. We do occasionally have visiting scholars who stay over. The guest room is through the lending stacks and up the half stair, but there's no need to rush toward it. The night is long, and Aldermoor is best understood slowly. She unfolds her hands and gestures, with one quiet movement, toward the corridor at the end of the hall. If you'd like, she says, I can show you around. I've been showing people around for rather a long time. I find I'm still fond of it. You step away from the door, and your footsteps on the stone are soft, absorbed by the warm air and the candle glow and the waiting stillness of the building around you. The ledger on the counter is open to a page of names and dates, written in that careful leftward sloping hand. The most recent entry is from several months ago. A name you don't recognize. The date is a Tuesday in autumn. Beside the name, In the notes column, someone has written, stayed 4 nights, requested the 3rd alcove, left a small pot of honey near the catalog shelf. Thank you is written beneath it, in a different hand. You run your finger very lightly along the edge of the page. The paper is thick and cool and slightly textured beneath your fingertip, and the sensation is a pleasant one. The feeling of something made with care and used with care and kept with care, across more years than you can easily count. Winifred watches from her frame with quiet approval. She has seen many hands touch that ledger, she says. Everyone finds it eventually. People like to know they are not the first. She rises from her painted chair, slowly and without effort, and crosses to the edge of her frame, and she looks down the hall with you, toward the corridor and the shelves beginning in the shadows beyond. The cartography room is the first door on the left, she says. It's a good place to begin. The maps in there have a way of making the world feel very large and very small at the same time. She pauses. Most people find that restful. The candlelight shifts very slightly, as if the building has taken a slow breath, and you move softly toward the corridor. The first door on the left is narrower than you expected. It is set into the corridor wall with a slight frame of dark wood around it, and the handle is brass, worn to a soft gold at the curve where many hands have curled their fingers around it over many years. The door stands slightly ajar, and through the gap comes a thin thread of warmth and a smell that is different from the entrance hall, drier, faintly mineral, with something underneath it like old paper that has sat for a long time in a room that never quite loses the light. You press your palm flat against the door and ease it open, and the room beyond opens slowly out of the dark. The cartography room is long and narrow, running deep into the cliff that the library is built against, and the ceiling is lower here than in the hall, close enough that if you raised your hand above your head, you would feel the cool of the stone above you. Along both walls, shelves rise from floor to ceiling, fitted with deep pigeonholes rather than the long flat rows of the entrance hall, and in each pigeonhole the pale ends of rolled scrolls are visible, dozens of them, stacked with care and labeled in small neat ink on slips of card that have yellowed with age at the edges. In the center of the room, a long examination table runs almost the full length of the space, its surface lit by a row of low brass lamps that burn with a very steady, very warm light. On the table, several maps have been left unrolled and weighted at the corners with small polished river stones, their surfaces covered in lines of extraordinary delicacy, coastlines and mountain ranges and forest borders traced in dark ink over cream-colored parchment, with place names lettered in hands so small and careful that you find yourself leaning in, bringing your face close to the table to read them. Winifred drifts in quietly behind you. She has a portrait in here as well, you notice, a smaller one, mounted near the door, showing her standing rather than seated, her hands clasped behind her back in the way of someone taking a habitual tour of something they love. Her painted eyes move to the maps on the table with a warm and familiar attention. These are copies, she says. The originals are in the secured archive, down on the lower level. But the copies are faithful, made by hand, every one of them, by a succession of apprentice archivists over the past 2 centuries. She pauses, studying one of the unrolled maps with quiet affection. It was considered excellent training, she says. Learning a place, really learning it, by drawing it line by line. You look at the map nearest to you. It shows a valley. The shape of it is unlike any geography you immediately recognize. The mountains on either side are rendered with a kind of cross-hatched shading that gives them real weight on the page, and a river threads along the valley floor in a line so fluid it seems almost to move. There are settlements marked along it, small clusters of symbol and label, and the names are unfamiliar and pleasant sounding. At the bottom of the map, in a careful hand, someone has written the date of the survey and the name of the surveyor. The surveyor's name is Aldous Fern. Winifred makes a soft sound, somewhere between a sigh and a smile. Aldous, she murmurs. Yes. He was one of the more interesting cases. She moves along the room, drifting with the unhurried ease of a portrait that has long since stopped, needing to think about how to move through space. He was a cartographer of some considerable reputation, she says, in his time, commissioned by the ministry to chart a region of Scotland that had been difficult to map, a valley in the Western Highlands, where the magical interference made standard measuring instruments unreliable. He went in late summer, expecting to spend 3 weeks. She pauses near the far window of the room. The window here is deep set, cut into the cliff face itself, and through it the loch is visible, a long, dark expanse of water lying very still in the last of the evening light, the surface of it barely distinguishable from the sky above it, both a similar shade of deep and quiet gray. The hills on the far shore are dark shapes, present but not insistent, folded into the evening without drama. He was there for 40 years, Winifred says, very gently. You look up from the map. She is watching the window, not you, her painted expression one of a particular fondness that old portraits sometimes carry. The look of someone who has thought about a thing so many times that the thinking has become its own form of warmth. Not because he was lost, she says. Not because anything had gone wrong. He simply found that the valley kept changing. Not dramatically. Not in ways that would alarm anyone. A stream would shift its bed overnight by no more than a hand's breadth. A stand of trees would migrate, over the course of a season, a few yards up the hillside. A path would appear between 2 points that had previously had no path, as if the land were simply making a suggestion. She turns then from the window and looks at you. He wrote about it in his journals, she says. We have several of them in the archive. He said the valley seemed to breathe. That mapping, it felt less like making a record of something fixed and more like taking down a conversation. He said he could not leave, not because he was unable to, but because he felt certain, every morning when he woke, that the valley had something new to show him. She settles, after a fashion, into a stillness that suits her. He sent back updated maps every year, she says. 43 of them in total. They are all down in the archive, filed in order. If you lay them side by side, you can watch the valley move, very slowly, over 4 decades. Like a slow breath, in and out. The room is quiet around you. The lamps on the examination table hold their steady warmth, and the pale ends of the scroll rolls catch the light in their pigeonholes along the walls, and the map of Aldermoor's Valley lies open on the table with its river threading its beautiful curved line from one edge of the parchment to the other, and the room smells of old ink and dry paper and the faint stone cold of the cliff behind the walls. And it is a very peaceful smell, the smell of things recorded and kept, of time made visible and gentle. You rest the tips of your fingers on the edge of the map. The parchment is cool and very slightly rough beneath them, a fine texture, almost like skin. In the pigeonholes above you, other scrolls wait, other valleys, other surveys, other cartographers who went somewhere and looked carefully and tried to write down what they found. There are a great many of them, Winifred says quietly, following your gaze along the shelves. More than you could read in a lifetime of visits. But that has always seemed to me a comfort, rather than a problem. It means there is always more. She moves, unhurried, toward the far end of the room, where a second door stands in the wall, narrower even than the entrance, framed in the same dark wood, with a small iron latch rather than a brass handle. Beyond it, she says, are the lending stacks, the main collection. She glances back at you with her pale gray eyes. There are rather a lot of books in there, she says. They are shelved in a way that takes some getting used to, but I think you will find it makes a certain kind of sense, once you understand the system. She does not open the door. She simply stands near it, patient and still, as portraits are, and waits for you to come. The lamp nearest to you sends its warm circle of light across the map of the valley, across the river, across the careful mountains with their cross-hatched weight, and the room breathes its dry and gentle breath around you, and you take your fingers from the parchment and you move toward the door. The door opens on a long, slow exhale of warm air. It moves against your hand with the slight resistance of a door that has been opened 10,000 times and has settled, over the years, into a very particular relationship with its frame, not stiff, not reluctant, simply present, simply itself, requiring only the gentlest and most deliberate pressure before it gives way and lets you through. The lending stacks are not what you expected. You had imagined something like the cartography room, narrow, purposeful, a room that knew what it was. But the stacks open outward as you step inside, wider than the corridor suggested they could possibly be, the ceiling climbing away above you into a darkness that the lamps below do not quite reach. The shelves rise on both sides in great tall columns of dark wood, fitted together with iron brackets at the joints, and they are full, completely, unhurriedly full of books. Books of every thickness and height and age. Books bound in leather that has gone soft and dark with handling. Books in cloth covers of faded green and brown and a particular dusty blue that you find, for some reason, deeply calming. Books with no titles on their spines at all, identified only by small handwritten tags tied to them with loops of brown string. The floor beneath your feet has changed. Here it is not stone but wood, wide dark planks, worn smooth and slightly hollowed in a central path that runs between the shelves, tracing the route that many feet have taken many times before yours. The wood is warm under your feet in a way the stone was not, and the sound your footsteps make is softer here, absorbed by the shelves and their contents, swallowed gently by all that paper and all that cloth. Winifred has a portrait here too, as it turns out. It is mounted on the end panel of the third shelf on the right, and in this one she is younger than you have seen her elsewhere, perhaps 50, her hair still carrying threads of brown among the white, her expression a little less settled than the patience of the entrance hall portrait, a little more actively curious. She is holding a book in this portrait, open on her lap, and she is not reading it, but looking up from it, as if she has just been interrupted mid-page by something interesting. That was painted in my 40th year here, she says. I was still easily delighted by things. She considers that for a moment. I suppose I still am, she adds. It simply takes a different shape. You look along the shelves nearest to you. There is a system here, as she promised, but it is not alphabetical, and it is not by subject, at least not by any subject category you immediately recognize. The tags on the books read, in that small, careful hand, things like "wait of late afternoon" and "first snow seen through glass," and the sound a house makes when everyone inside it is finally asleep. And beneath those, conversations with rivers, and a thing loved for a long time, and the blue hour between dark and dawn. You stand in the aisle and read the tags, slowly, one after another. There is something extraordinary about them. Not alarming, not strange in any way that raises the pulse, simply extraordinary, in the quieter sense of the word, the sense that means outside the ordinary, beyond the expected, encountered with a kind of soft and widening attention. These are feelings, you say, half to yourself. Winifred's voice comes from the portrait on the shelf end, warm and unhurried. The wizard who established this collection was of the view, she says, that subject is a less useful filing system than it might appear. Two books about forests have almost nothing in common if one of them makes you feel enclosed and the other makes you feel free. But a book about forests and a book about stone corridors and a book about the space inside a shell might sit very naturally together if all three carry the same quality of silence. She pauses. He filed by feeling. It caused a great deal of argument at the time, apparently. There were letters. Several very long letters. She sounds faintly amused. But the system survived, and once you know it, she adds, you find it is rather difficult to go back to the other way. You walk further into the stacks. The central path curves, very gently, to the right, following some logic of the building's own, and as it curves the shelves on either side change character slightly. The books here are older, their spines more fragile, the leather of them cracked and softened into shapes that are almost geological, as if time has done to them something similar to what it does to cliffs and riverbeds. Some of them lean against their neighbors at comfortable angles, held up by the collective weight of everything around them. Some stand perfectly upright as they were placed years or decades or longer ago and have not moved since. There is a gap on one shelf, about 2/3 of the way down, where a book has been removed and not yet returned. The gap has the quality of an absence that is temporary and understood, a space held open, waiting with the patient confidence of something that has been in this position before and knows the book will come back. Winifred drifts alongside you, moving from portrait to portrait. There are several of her along this section of the stacks, you have noticed, each at a slightly different age, as if the library has accumulated her across time the same way it has accumulated everything else. She speaks after a while, in the particular tone of someone settling into a memory they have visited often enough that it is comfortable there. We had a volume, she says, that I thought about for many years after it was borrowed. It was shelved under the weight of still water. She says the words the way you might say the title of a piece of music, with a small, considered attention, as if the words themselves have a sound worth noticing. It was a slender book. Pale gray cloth. No title on the cover. The tag was in the hand of the collection's founder himself, which made it one of the oldest pieces in the stacks. You stop walking. The air here is very still and warm and carries the smell of the books themselves, a deep, complex smell, part dust and part old binding, and part something less identifiable, something that seems to come from the paper, from the words pressed into the paper, from the long accumulation of attention that has been paid to these shelves over a very long time. What happened to it, you ask? Quietly. It was borrowed, Winifred says, by a young woman who came here in winter. She was a researcher, working on something she did not discuss in much detail. She stayed for 2 nights, and she read in the alcove at the end of the stacks. You will see it shortly, and on the morning she left, she returned the book to the desk in the entrance hall with a note folded inside the front cover. Winifred's voice is very gentle. The note simply said, "I needed this. Thank you." She pauses, and the pause is a long and comfortable one. We filed the note with the book. She says, "Both are still here." You look at the shelves around you. Somewhere among all of this, among the feelings and the silences and the accumulated weight of everything kept and cared for, that small gray volume is sitting in its place, with its note folded inside its front cover. Someone needed it, once, on a winter visit. And it is still here, still waiting, in the patient way that all things wait in a place like this, for whoever might need it next. The warmth of the stacks settles around you, closer than before. The lamps here are lower, mounted on short iron stands at intervals along the shelves, and they throw their light upward and outward in overlapping circles that leave the upper reaches of the shelves in a soft, undisturbed shadow. There is no wind here, no movement, nothing that shifts or unsettles. The books lean into one another and hold their ground, and the floor gives very slightly under your feet. The old wood warm and familiar, and the smell of the place is one of the deepest and most settling smells you have encountered in a long time. You are not in a hurry. There has been no hurry since you stepped through the entrance hall door, and there is less of one now. And you sense that by the time you reach the end of the stacks, there will be even less, that the library is doing something to the quality of time, here, smoothing it out, making it wider and slower, and more like water than like anything else. The path curves a little further, and at its end, just visible around the last of the tall shelves, a warm light is gathering in a way that is different from the lamp light of the stacks, softer, more diffuse, coming from a lower and more settled source. That is the alcove, Winifred says, quietly, from the nearest portrait. She says nothing else. She does not need to. You can already feel the change in the air ahead of you, warmer, more gathered, carrying a quality of stillness that is deeper even than the stillness of the stacks, the stillness of a space that has been used for resting for a very long time and has learned, from all that resting, how to hold a person gently. You move toward it, the warm boards soft beneath your feet, and the books on either side of you standing in their long and patient rows, and the smell of old paper and old binding drifting around you, close and steady, and the light ahead, growing slowly warmer, and the library breathing, all around you, its slow and contented breath. The alcove is built into the far wall of the stacks, like a room that decided, at some point, that it would rather be a nest. It is curved, the back wall following the natural arc of the cliff behind it. The stone there not plastered over, but left as it is, cool and faintly textured, a dark gray that has been worn smooth in places by the shoulders and backs of people who have sat against it over a very long time. The ceiling here is lower than anywhere else in the library, dipping to just above head height at the center, and that lowness is not oppressive but the opposite. It is sheltering, the feeling of something bent gently over you, close enough to be felt without being touched. The window seat runs the full width of the curved wall beneath the window. It is wide enough to lie along without discomfort, wide enough that you could sit sideways with your back against one curved end and your legs stretched out before you, and still have room to rest a book beside you and a cup of something warm beyond that. The cushions on it are deep, covered in a fabric that was once a rich dark green and has faded over many years of use to something quieter and more personal, not worn out, not threadbare, simply settled, the way a much-loved thing settles when it has been cared for and used in equal measure for longer than you can easily calculate. There are smaller cushions, too, piled at one end, in faded golds and rusts, and a soft cream color, and they are arranged with the slightly imprecise comfort of cushions that have been arranged and rearranged by many different hands, each person finding the configuration that suited them and leaving it that way for the next. You stand in the entrance to the alcove for a moment before stepping fully inside. The light here comes from two sources. A fireplace, low and wide, is set into the right-hand wall, and it holds a fire that has been burning for some time. Not a vigorous fire, not a crackling, leaping thing, but a fire well past its early enthusiasm, settled into its deep middle age of glowing coals and slow orange flame, breathing steadily, throwing a warmth that reaches you even from the entrance and settles on your face and hands like something placed there with care. The second source is a single lamp on a low round table beside the window seat. Its glass shade a deep amber that colors the light falling from it, making it warmer and more private than the lamps in the stacks, a reading light, a staying light, the light of a place that expects you to remain for a while. On the small table, beside the lamp, there is a cup. It is already there, already full, sending a thin thread of steam into the still air of the alcove. You did not see it placed. You do not know who placed it. It simply seems to belong there, as things in Aldermoor have a way of simply belonging, as if the library provides for its visitors in the way that all well-loved places eventually learn to anticipate what is needed. You step inside fully, and the alcove receives you. Winifred's portrait here is the oldest of them all. She is elderly in this one, more so than the entrance hall portrait, more so than any of the others, her hair entirely white, her hands folded with the settled quality of hands that have finished the work they were given and are now simply resting. Her expression is one of a very deep and very uncomplicated peace, and her painted eyes, when they find you, carry nothing in them but warmth and the long, unhurried patience of someone who has been sitting in this room for many years and has found the arrangement entirely satisfactory. "Sit down," she says. Not as an instruction, more as an observation about what the room is for. You sit. The window seat receives you with a softness that is surprising even when you expect it, the cushions giving slowly and completely beneath your weight, adjusting around you, finding your shape with a patience that feels almost deliberate. You settle back against the curved wall, and the stone behind you is cool through the fabric of your clothes, a pleasant contrast to the warmth of the fire on your face, the warmth of the lamp beside you, the warmth of the cup in your hands when you reach for it and find it has cooled to exactly the right temperature, as if it knew. The steam rises from it in a slow, wavering line. Outside the window, the loch is dark now. The last of the evening has gone while you are in the stacks, and the world beyond the deep-cut glass is a darkness that is not empty. It has depth to it, the darkness of water and hills and sky, all present but unlit, known to be there without being seen, a felt darkness rather than a seen one. The window glass itself is cold, and where the lamplight catches it, you can see your own reflection faintly, ghostly, soft, the image of someone settled in a warm room looking out into the comfortable dark. You hold the cup in both hands. The ceramic is smooth and slightly warm against your palms, and the weight of it is a pleasant one, real and present, a small and grounding thing to hold while the library breathes around you, and the fire settles in its grate, and the darkness beyond the window deepens by degrees so gradual they cannot quite be measured. Winifred is quiet for a while. When she speaks again, her voice is lower than it has been all evening, not hushed exactly, but pitched for this room, for this hour, for the particular quality of attention that a person has when they are sitting with warmth in their hands and the working part of the day has finally, completely, come to rest. The scholars who have slept here, she says, have always been my favorites. Not because they were the most accomplished, she continues after a pause. Not because their work was particularly distinguished. Simply because she seems to consider how to say this, with the care of someone choosing words the way you might choose a stone from a riverbed, for its particular weight and smoothness, simply because they understood something about a place like this. That it is not only for studying, that the accumulation of all these things, all these books and maps and notes and years, creates something beyond information. She pauses again. A quality, she says, a feeling, something that cannot be indexed. The fire shifts. A log, or what remains of a log, something by now more coal than wood, more orange glow than shape, settles fractionally in the grate with a sound so soft it is less a sound than a suggestion of one, and the flames above it move with the change, leaning slightly, then steadying again. You feel the warmth of it reach your ankles, your knees, moving up through you with the slow thoroughness of warmth that has been present for a long time and is now simply being more fully noticed. Winifred continues, and her voice now has in it the quality of late evening thought, the thoughts that come when the body has grown still and the mind begins to move in wider, slower circles. There was a boy, she says, who came here every summer for 11 years. He was a student at first, then a young scholar, then simply a person who came back. He always requested this alcove. He always arrived in the evening and stayed 3 nights and spent most of his time here, in this exact seat, reading things that had nothing to do with his research. She sounds fond, in the way of portraits that have watched many people and found the watching good. He said once that it was the only place he knew where the silence had a color. She seems to smile, in the painted way that portraits smile, not with movement, but with something in the quality of stillness. I asked him what color. He thought about it for a very long time. Then he said, "The color of deep waters seen from above. Not black, not blue. Something between them that does not have a proper name. You look out at the loch, at the darkness that is not empty. At the water you cannot see but know is there, lying flat and still and fathomless beneath a sky you cannot see but know is there above it. The whole dark world resting against itself in the deep and mutual patience of things that have been doing this for a very long time. The color of deep water seen from above. You hold that thought the way you are holding the cup, with both hands, without gripping, letting it rest in you at its own comfortable weight. The lamp beside you sends its amber light across the cushions, across the curve of the stone wall, across the small table, and the steam still rising, very faintly now, from the cup. The fire in the grate breathes. The books in the stacks beyond the alcove entrance stand in their long dark rows, their feelings and their silences all present, all waiting, asking nothing. Winifred has grown quiet again. Not absent, still there, still present in her frame, still carrying in her painted face that particular expression of deep and uncomplicated peace, but quiet in the way of the library itself, in the way of the fire and the loch and the dark hills beyond the glass. Quiet in the way of things that have said what they needed to say and are now simply here, which is enough, which has always been enough. The cup is lighter in your hands than it was. The fire is lower than it was. The lamp is the same, steady and amber and close, but the darkness beyond the window seems to have grown, very gently, more complete, more settled into itself, less a transition and more an arrival, the darkness of a night that has fully come and intends to remain for a while, comfortable in its depth, asking nothing of the window or the lamp or the warm room behind them. Your shoulders have dropped. You notice this only now, in the way you notice things in a room like this, slowly, without urgency, as an observation about something that has already happened, that your body has already understood and attended to without needing to consult you. Your shoulders have dropped, and your hands are easy around the cup, and the stone at your back is cool in a way that has stopped registering as cool and has simply become part of the particular balance of temperature that this seat, in this alcove, on this specific evening, has arranged for you. The stacks wait beyond the entrance, patient and dark. The fire breathes in the grate, orange and slow. And Winifred sits in her frame above the fireplace, her hands folded and her eyes soft, keeping her long and comfortable watch over the room, as she has always done, as she will do, long after this night has passed into all the other nights that Aldermoor has held so quietly within its walls, and the loch lies still outside, and the dark is soft and deep and close, and you are warm, and the night is long, and there is, now, nowhere else to be. The fire has grown very small, not gone, not nearly gone, but smaller than it was, settled into itself the way a fire settles when the night has grown late, and the room has reached the temperature it intended to reach all along, and the fire understands that its work is largely done and is content now simply to glow, slowly, without effort, without ambition, for no reason other than warmth. You are still on the window seat. You have not moved in some time, and the cushions have shaped themselves around you with a completeness that makes movement feel not difficult but simply unnecessary. Beside the point, a thing that belongs to a different part of the evening, to a part that has already passed and been set down somewhere behind you, like a coat you no longer need. The cup is empty, or nearly empty. It rests against your palm, smooth and warm and very light, and you are not holding it so much as simply not having put it down yet, your fingers curved around it out of habit, out of the pleasant inertia of a hand that found a comfortable position a long time ago and has seen no reason to change it. Outside the window, the loch is there. You cannot see it, not truly, not in any detail. The glass shows you only darkness, and the faint warm ghost of the room reflected back at you. But you know it is there, and the knowing is its own comfort, the same comfort as knowing a thing you love is in the next room while you sleep, present without requiring anything, simply there, simply itself, a patient and enormous stillness lying flat beneath the dark. Winifred is quiet. She has been quiet for a long while now, and her silence is not absence. It is presence, a warm and unhurried presence, the presence of someone who has sat with many people in the late hours of many evenings, and has learned that there is a point in the night when the most companionable thing is simply to remain, without speaking, without asking anything, without offering anything except the steady and uncomplicated fact of being there. Her hands are folded in her lap. Her painted eyes are soft. The fire breathes in the grate, and the amber lamp holds its circle of warm light over the cushions and the low table and the curve of the stone wall, and the stacks beyond the alcove entrance are dark and still, the books all standing in their patient rows, their feelings and their silences resting in the dark together undisturbed. The whole library is resting now. You can feel it, not as a thought, but as a sensation. Something felt through the back and the shoulders and the base of the spine, where they are resting against the old curved stone, a very slight and very deep vibration, or perhaps not a vibration, but simply a quality, the quality of a large old place that has grown quiet around a single warm room, the way a body grows quiet around a sleeping heart. The stone at your back is cool, the air on your face is warm. The cushions beneath you are soft and deep and shaped around you now with such completeness that they no longer register as cushions at all, but simply as the way things are, the way the world is configured at this particular moment, warm and held and very still. Your breathing has slowed. It has been slowing for some time, in the way that breathing slows in warm rooms in the late evening, without instruction, without effort, the body knowing what the hour requires and attending to it quietly. On your behalf, while your attention rests elsewhere or rests nowhere in particular, which is perhaps the same thing. In and out. Slow and even and soft, your breath moving through you like water moving through still places. Unhurried, finding its own level, asking nothing of you but the small and simple act of continuing. The fire settles again. That same soft sound, less a sound than a feeling at the edge of hearing, the sense of something shifting fractionally, something finding a more restful arrangement, something settling into a position it will hold now for the remainder of the night with no further adjustment needed. The warmth from it reaches your feet, your ankles, the fronts of your shins, and it is a very even warmth, even and steady and entirely without urgency, the warmth of something that has been warm for a long time and intends to remain so. Winifred's voice comes, after a while, from very far away. Or not far away, she is here. She is in her frame above the fireplace. She has not moved. But her voice has taken on the quality of distance that voices take on in the late hours, when the difference between a thing heard and a thing imagined begins to soften and lose its edges. Sleep well, she says. That is all. Sleep well, in the way she has said it to all the scholars who have rested in this alcove across all the years of her long and quiet watch. Sleep well, in the way of a place that has held many people and wishes them, each one the same simple and genuine thing. The lamp holds its amber light. The fire holds its orange glow. The darkness beyond the window holds the loch and the hills and the wide still sky above them, holding everything, asking nothing, the dark patient and complete and soft as cloth. Your eyes are heavy. They have been growing heavy for some time, and the weight in them now is not an effort but a kindness, a gentle insistence from somewhere below thought, below intention, the body drawing its attention inward and downward, away from the window and the lamp and the beautiful old room, down into something quieter, something without shape or edge or name. The books are there. All the books, in all their rows, with all their feelings, the weight of late afternoon, and first snow seen through glass, and the sound a house makes when everyone inside it is finally asleep. All of it here, all of it held, resting together in the dark the way things rest, when there is nothing left to do, when the cataloging is finished, when the maps are rolled, and the lamps are low, and the night has fully come and settled into itself. the weight of still water. You hold that very lightly, as you might hold a stone from a riverbed, smooth and cool and real in the palm, a thing that has been shaped by a long time in slow water, a thing that carries in it the quality of everything patient and unhurried and perfectly worn. The fire breathes, in and out. Your breath and the fire's breath, moving together in the warm and amber room, in the deep and quiet building, above the dark and still and waiting loch. The warmth is all around you now, not just from the fire and the lamp, but from the seat itself, from the stone, from the air, from the library that has been warm for so long that the warmth has become part of its substance, worked into the wood and the plaster and the pages of all the books, present everywhere, constant, a warmth that does not ask anything of you and does not require you to do anything at all except remain and rest and let the night do what the night does, quietly and without fuss, in all the warm and ancient rooms of all the places that have ever been loved. Winifred is there, still folded, still keeping her long and comfortable watch. She has been keeping it for longer than you have been alive, and she will keep it after this night has passed into the library's long memory of nights, and that continuity is its own comfort, steady and deep and slow as the water in the loch below, as the stone in the walls around you, as the dark in the hills beyond the glass. There is nothing to do. There is nowhere to be. There is only this, the warmth, the amber light, very soft now, very distant, the weight of your body in the cushions, deep and complete and still, the slow breath moving through you, in and out, and the fire, very small now, very gentle, glowing, and the library resting all around you, vast and quiet and patient and kind, and the loch in the dark beyond the window, lying still, and the hills beyond the loch, folded into the night, and the night itself, full and deep and soft, holding everything, asking nothing, and Winifred, in her frame above the dying fire, her hands folded, her eyes kind, watching over all of it, over the books and the maps and the notes, over the alcove and the window seat, and the small empty cup, over you warm and still, and held in sleep, stealing in so quietly, like a page turning in an empty room, like the last of the lamplight, finding the dark good night.